Boost. I don't have pedals, but I do have Thrustmaster sticks. But I don't like using both of them at the same time. Maybe I should just try using left stick.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Nothing you
I
do?
think yeah.
Left stick and mouse.
Uh-huh.
Does it feel,
Yeah.
I don't know. When I've tried it, when I've done them before, it just feels so. I just can't be as. It's like when you play shooters on a controller and then you play on a mouse and you're like, wow, I can be so much more precise when I aim.
100%. That's why you use the mouse for the aiming. You still aim with the mouse, and if you can aim with the mouse, then you're gonna be good with the mouse.
Yeah.
But you use the left stick for like your strafes,
right?
And your, all your strafes, and the pedals for roll.
I could use it for roll too. Well,
But like if you can make any single like one change, it would be get pedals for roll, and even mouse and keyboard is going to be better with that.
Yeah, but I could do roll technically on the stick as well.
I actually think like mouse and keyboard with pedals is superior to like two sticks.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, two sticks. What about two?
Well, depends on how you are with the sticks. The mouse has a lag in the fact that when you move from left to right, you have an immediate lag in the input timings, whereas a joystick does not. However, you're more accurate with the mouse. So it depends on where your foils lie in flying.
There's no lag with the mouse. I'm doing it right now.
Well, when you move your mouse from one side of your screen to the other, it takes time for that mouse to get across before you change directions.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't. It's just your DPI sensitivity. You adjust that.
No, it's not. It's not DPI. You know, your mouse, your flight chases the little marker. Yeah.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah. Well, it takes time for that marker to get from one side of the screen to the other. So it's.
No, it doesn't. Look at this. It's literally instant.
Well, some of it may be depending on the ship, because different ships are less or more responsive, maybe. It might work better also for my desk. I have more open space kind of to my left side that I could have the joystick, because the Thrustmaster's, the stupid base is like giant.
Yeah.
So it takes up a lot of space.
Like if there is a single thing that would improve your flying, it's pedals for roll. But yeah, anything beyond that is more immersion, other than like maybe the left stick. The left stick does add some like precision, but the right stick is not going to be as good. If like the absolute best of the best is what you want to be, they're all using either mouse and keyboard or HOSIM.
Yeah. Well, then I need to figure out, get that out, try that. I haven't hooked them up in a few months.
Being this locked.
That might be easier on my hand instead of having to just just digging my hand into my keyboard, holding Shift or A or S or what.
Oh yeah, yeah, 100%.
Trying to move in the address or whatever.
There we go.
Have you done roll on the stick of no pedals at all?
No.
Or you just you
No, because I've had pedals forever.
Yet more minds twisted by the void.
I just think like
this must seem quite
your
familiar
inputs would
to
kind of
you,
like suffer
Ulrich.
without it, because you just don't have enough inputs without it.
Well, I mean, let's see. Left stick, you'd have forward. Well, I have I have a joystick.
Yeah, so do I.
Do not infiltrate the cult and see what you can learn.
Left and right, and then
but do not succumb to the
twist
allure
and
of their
roll.
sermons.
Yeah, so how would you do up and down strafe then?
A strong enough will can resist the call of the void, Ronith.
Right.
You would
that's
well.
why you need the
I didn't think of that.
Yeah. That's why you need the pedals. You can't do your strafes on a stick.
Yeah.
If you do it that way.
I mean, you can use twist sticks to do it without pedals, like the.
Yeah, but then you don't have forward back.
But if I have
then your wrist gets.
If I have one stick, then yeah, that won't.
No, because if you have like a candid stick, like a lot of people run, then you put the forward back on the twist.
Yeah. I don't know if I can get used to pedals though. I'm so used to when I sit in my chair.
Honestly,
I put one
like,
of my
pedals are the easiest thing to get used to.
Well, at least how I sit in my chair a lot of the time, I have like one leg, like up under my other leg on the chair, and I have to get used to having them all down like that all the time.
I could
probably get used to it, but
what a bitch. Yeah, I do something somewhat similar at times, but like 9 times out of 10, right? Like you're only needing it when you're like really in combat. You're not like rolling a whole bunch of the rest of the time.
Yeah.
What, you got a flight stick with pedals?
That's
Me?
what Goose has.
Yeah, I use the left stick, the mouse, and pedals. I was saying that like just pedals alone are like the biggest improvement you can make having pedals for roll.
Well, imagine, yeah. Fuck's sake.
I'm just outflying this guy like crazy.
I'm on a hard time trying to claim some ships in.
Yeah, I was having the same issue.
Do we know when the patch is dropping?
Wow.
Tomorrow. Yeah.
Sometime tomorrow.
If they can fix their...
No issues.
What issues are there?
the PTU is just not launching.
That would be an issue.
This Hornet is absolute ass. Where did he go? Come back, buddy. I think he ran away finally.
I'll take a moment and grab some extra Vandal metal while I've got an opportunity and then claim my ship.
The AI landed more hits on me than that guy did. I wish I was joking, but I'm not. The AI just...
Sorry, you laughed so much I couldn't actually understand what you were saying.
So the AI that just came up after me and landed more hits on me than that guy in the Hornet did the entire fight.
Yeah, it can be kind of strange that way.
No, like I wasn't really maneuvering against the AI. It just kind of came up and he strafed me, and that other dude in the Hornet spent 5 minutes trying to hit me and didn't like land anything.
Oh, somebody else I know just wrote me they got the Orc Invite for Evil. Did you two also get it?
Son of a bitch! You look, I don't think so.
Invite for evil.
Yeah, we're evil. We wanted to join the largest organ game. No, I don't have it yet.
Oh my god, why?
I don't know, because CIG is lame.
I would have thought like Alex Caboose is just at the top of the list. You would get
Not only that, but I
than
responded to the survey like so fucking quick. Like my turnaround time was like minutes. Maybe that's the problem, is they're getting like all the last emails first, and so mine's at the bottom.
Maybe.
You,
just to fuck with you,
acolyte,
they went reverse.
haven't you finished your training?
Well, no, but like I meant if
Where
like they
is
do
your
it,
talent?
opposite of order received, then the newer ones would be on top, right? And so
Watch
mine's at the bottom
and
now.
learn. Shouldn't you be studying?
Yeah,
May
yeah.
Zalatath favor you. Prove yourself as one of Zalatath's faithful. Only then may you attend the initiation ceremony.
Baladash, Malanore.
Oh, because there is something on the ground. Okay. That explains it.
What brings you here?
Oh, hey, look, it's my buddy.
Glory to the Sindorai.
Don Pino, who attacked me. Couldn't land a fucking shot. She came into repair. Fired a couple of them. Oops.
You appear to be ready for your initiation now, fledgling. This way. Do you have a question? Take heed of Mordoon's speech. Our leader's words have set many cultists' hearts afire. I'm sure they will yours as well.
We are the Twilight's blade, the void black dagger Zalatath wields against Azeroth.
Third party on me? Not very nice.
We cut deep. Blood, carnage, chaos. This is what gains her favor. This is our glorious. We shall strike at the heart of Azeroth and end this flawed world. For Zalatath, for the Twilight's blade!
Piece of shit.
Excellent
Killing
work,
people
champion.
again.
I believe we have learned enough.
I found the guy who
here.
attacked me at Daymar.
Time to tear
And I
this
started attacking him.
camp
And his
apart.
buddy came and I'm 2v1ing. I just killed the one guy. I'm on the other guy now.
Do not. I will meet you back at the base camp. Our
Two
fight
Hornets,
against
so,
this cult
you
is
know.
only beginning.
I took some good damage from the other Hornet third party. It's alright though. They both suck.
You still haven't learned. The Twilight's blade will be your end. I didn't teach you that.
PD1 easy peasy.
That worked.
Okay, Caboose, what if I put my up and down strafe to my 2 mouse buttons? Would that be that work? Or
No,
would that be a bad idea?
no, that would be very bad.
It could work.
I mean, you could try it, but
maybe. Let's see, on the Thrustmaster, I don't think the thumb. There's the thumb rest, and then there's like a bunch of. There's a couple buttons. There's like a hat, I think is what you call it. Maybe I could use the up and down of that. Up and down strafe, at least temporarily, you know.
Yeah, you can try anything, you know. But like, I use all like the hats and stuff on my left stick for like targeting and flares.
Right.
And...
Yeah, that's definitely the best use for the hats.
Yeah, I think it has the 4-way hat, and then there's 3 other buttons on there. I think.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah, because one of my 4-way hats, I've got target, untarget, and then like coupled and decoupled, and nav and SEM. The other one, I've got my flares, chaff, lead and lag pips. I forget what else
Yeah, I
I
need
put
to
on
get
there.
my lead lag pips sorted. I swap between them enough.
I've got precision targeting on one of them. So yeah, like I use all that stuff all the time. We have boost on the trigger. I've got my ping on my index finger.
I don't know if my joystick has enough buttons.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Never
Like,
is.
you gotta.
Thrustmaster doesn't have a ton.
Which Thrustmaster do you have?
The joystick.
Which one?
The T16000, I think.
Okay, yeah.
I think there's technically some buttons on the base, but
yeah, but exactly, that's
those
not
are
ideal,
like
right?
I have to like look down.
Right, it's not ideal because then you're having to take your hand off of it to
them.
use it. Right.
Maybe I should just get a VKB.
That's so. Yeah,
I've looked at those before.
I'm flying with the VKB gunfighter in the space grip on like a 45-degree angle. But yeah, I mean that's obviously not what I fly flight sims with, but it works with this.
I think it's the Gladiator NXT
Yeah.
Evo.
Yeah. That should be fine. And they've got the Canon adapter for that one too. It's basically the same stick I'm using, just a different base.
Omni throttle left hand.
Yeah.
150. But is that the premium one? I think that's I know the premium adds a couple extra buttons.
Right. Yeah, and it comes with something you can swap out.
Yeah.
And then again, I don't flight sim with their stuff, but I do I have their pedals specifically for this game. And their pedals are good.
I've heard good things about the joysticks. Like they're like the because
Yes.
the Thrustmasters are like they're okay, but they have like there's like the Z-axis problem that they
There's
have
a lot of
the
issues
time.
with Thrustmaster.
But it sounds like I've heard that the gladiators are like you could get
Yes.
those and be totally fine. You don't have to go to anything really more than that unless you really
100%.
wanted to.
100%. I agree with that.
And the base is a lot smaller.
Yep.
So maybe I got to get one of those. Then I can make videos of VKB Gladiator ASMR.
But maybe buy their rudder pedals first, and then go from there. Like I said.
So what would be the advantage of having the Omni throttle over just the straight stick?
I think it's just more comfortable.
Just easy, just comfortable.
Yeah,
I can see that.
because for the twist axis, right? Like using your left and right twist is not going to feel great with the arm rotated like that.
Hands.
But having your arm in a more neutral position, I think it really doesn't feel bad.
I guess in that position you'd be twisting it kind of forward and backward, and that would probably be your up and down strafe. So that would feel
No. So
would it
no,
not twist?
forward-
Does it not twist on that?
You know, it does twist,
When
but
it's
like
up,
forward backward is literally forward back.
Or you twist forward to go
Forward
up.
and twist. No.
In your regular flight
no,
sims, the
not like-
twisting is supposed to be for
No,
your...
push forward is down, pull back is up. Twist, like your wrist.
Push the joystick forward, I go forward. Pull it
No,
back, I go back.
No,
Turn
don't do it
it.
that way.
What?
No, don't do it that way, because the
makes the
twist,
most sense.
it doesn't. Okay, the twist is the least precise axis, right?
Okay.
And it's got the least amount of travel, if you think about it. So you want that for speed, because you're not doing like a ton of crazy speed changes mid-fight, right? Like you are, but you're not like, you're just trying to stay off the limiter 9 times out of 10. That's all you really care about. So you want your forward back to be your up down. So like literally pushing your whole arm forward is down or up if you want it to be that way. Pull back is up or down, however you want to set it up. Because you do need that.
Not like that.
It takes a minute. It's going to take a minute. But like you're going to be way more precise. And when you want to actually orbit someone, and that's like how you really beat them is by orbiting, you want that.
So I wish you guys a good night. See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Because like, are you familiar with like the like some of the aiming stuff that people talk about?
Watch some of Avenger 1's videos like once or twice about like.
No, I was thinking more like
aiming?
Winters, Jonathan Winters. Yeah, for like orbiting and aiming. So like if I show you this ship right here.
I don't know that I've seen those.
Here. So look at this ship right here. I'll give you an example. Let me get closer to it. So like anything here is like, let me get even closer. Right. So like anything between these wings, that's like a 0. If I come back out of it, this is like a 1. Like that's kind of a 1. And then that's like maybe a 2. And then that's like a 3. Right? And you can picture it's like a circle. And you want to like keep the guy between like 0 and 1 as much as you can. So you want to keep your aim out here, so the pip is like never going like way out here. And so having more travel on your up and down strafes, because those are going to be your most important generally, will enable you to do that.
At least right now, until we get the flight model and maneuver maneuvering thrusters literally do nothing.
Right. Yeah, but then it's still going to be like you set your speed forward, and it's just like,
Yeah.
and then you're controlling your orbit with your up and down strafe. So right, like you're just kind of like generally doing like a nose up orbit. So you're always going like this, and then you're going to use your up strafe to close the orbit, and your down strafe to increase the orbit.
Mm-hmm.
Should have been doing that in a couple, but yeah. Anyway, but like during a fight, like my speeds are never at max speed because you're not nearly as maneuverable if you're flying as fast as you can, and so I might be doing like 100, 250, doesn't really matter, but like I'm not too worried about my forward back, and so you keep that on the twist. It's like a motorcycle if you think about it that way. Twist forward to go forward, twist back to slow down.
I've never driven a motorcycle, so I guess
Me neither.
I wouldn't know.
me neither, but like, you've sat in one of an arcade, I'm sure, right? Like one of those like little motorcycle games,
yeah.
and yeah, that's how they work. You just twist it.
The thing that always gets me about the motorcycles is the twist for throttle always seems to feel like it's backwards, but obviously it's done for safety reasons.
I'm trying to remember if like it's twist back for forward on a motorcycle or twist forward.
It's twist back for forwards.
Yeah, so I reversed mine because that was fucking with my brain. So I just twist forward to go forward.
Yeah, it fucks with my brain too.
But it made it much more intuitive. I think other than pedals, it's gonna take you a little bit of time to get used to whatever you do.
Yeah.
But whatever you decide to do is what you'll get used to. It'll just take you time. So try and decide for the thing that's best.
Yeah, it'll take time, but also like I started off doing it the way you're talking about it, left-footed, where I had like the speed on the forward back and the up down on the twist, and I found that I was not able to like I couldn't get the precision that I needed to win fights that way, and so I had to relearn it, and having to relearn it is much worse than just learning it the first time.
Yeah.
The only thing I think that like is super easy and really surprisingly so is the pedals, because for me I was expecting like pedals to make no sense, because with simming or even real flying, like your pedals would yaw, not roll. But honestly, like it was like the easiest transition for this game. It took no time.
I mean, the thing about the pedals for Yor is that they're just imprecise and you need them for aiming. Unless you've got some kind of vision-mounted aiming system.
Yeah.
Which is what they do in real-world planes. But in Star Citizen, that's a disadvantage.
Having like the ability to like very gently like rotate or adjust the rotation can also help you avoid shots. I think the bigger issue with pedals is that you start using them and then day one you just do this all the time, and like you rely way too much on rotation and not enough on actually avoiding their shot.
I'll have to look at some. Be back in a second. I got groceries. All right, I'm back.
I was gonna say, Jonathan Winters also has a pretty good guide of like rebinding keyboard controls to be better for mouse and keyboard.
Mm-hmm. You said you have the VKB gunfighters?
I have the gunfighter base with the SCG whatever grip premium.
How does that differ from the gladiator? Just more buttons.
No. In fact, less buttons. There's no buttons in the gunfighter base. It's all metal base. More money.
Like, so even more low profile than the gladiator, I guess.
Well, it's not that it's low profile. It's that it's designed to be used as mounted. Like you're meant to mount it, and it's got probably I think more precision in terms of like the range of motion and whatnot. Because I think it's larger and it's a metal base. It's a more premium product, but I don't think you need it by any stretch.
Yeah. This has, I think, the Gladiator. When I've seen videos on it before, it has like some different springs you can change depending on how like resistant you want it for different parts of it and stuff.
It does. No, I think you can adjust the cams too. Maybe not. You can definitely adjust the cams on this one. I don't know if you can on that, but I think you can. That's my buddy Stormcrow. Just kicked his ass a second ago. Thinking to CD one to repair. Put my recording on. Instant replay. No.
You know anything on the Logitech G Pro flight pedals?
Not very good.
Not very good.
Well,
For $180. Gam?
well,
Or
how much
there's
are the
thrust-
BKB ones? Because I think they're better for sure.
I don't know.
I mean, they
I'm
are
looking
better.
on. Those probably aren't on Amazon, are they? They're probably
Oh
just on
no, no,
BKB.
no, they're on. Yeah, they're on VKB site, but I think they have US shipping, so you don't have to pay. Pretty sure.
I think the Thrustmaster ones are the ones Mosley has. I think those are $130. Let's see, VKB. I got all sorts of wacko stuff.
Yep.
T-rudders?
Yeah, those are them.
They're so low.
Yep.
I have to stretch my feet all the way out.
No, you just put them right under your feet. You push down on them.
Oh.
I maintain that this plan was a risk, Umbric. Luck has once again spared us from your recklessness.
Ah, you got me. You got me.
Do not squander resources for Quell Thalas. What is it? I serve Silvermoon. What would you ask of me? Be about your work?
The Twilight's blade aims to recruit ogre brutes. Plant banners among them and sway them to our side. Excellent. That should make them think twice about joining the wrong side.
This is definitely my favorite arrow paint. It's so fucking cool.
We already have our hands full with entities the cult summoned. Do not let them bring more void creatures here.
I'll have to see on getting petals at some point, maybe. But I kind of wouldn't be able to do just mouse and key or mouse and stick without petals, right?
Right. Yeah.
Or it'd be very difficult.
It wouldn't be enjoyable. You can play mouse and keyboard with just pedals fine, especially if you combine the controls the way that when you have pedals the way that's recommended. You'll have access to like all of your stuff in a much more like I can access and do everything at the same time kind of way, whereas like right now you can't.
Yeah.
What are you primarily using pedals for which commands?
Roll.
thank you for delaying their reinforcements. For now.
Actually, let's see if there's a jump time.
These cultists have transitioned from elemental to void magic. Collect samples so we can understand their methods.
My new favorite bug is I can't clear my route.
Set one.
Yeah, try to TPF, I guess.
Have a quick officer meeting at the top of the hour, but the Star Citizen stuff, it's going to be pretty light. Meeting notes are up. Most of the industry news is there, but nothing too significant this week.
And terrifying. Thank you, Champion. I look forward to understanding their methods more.
Passive? It's TPF 314 for 80, right?
What?
Jump 10. Go to TPF, aim at hitting
324.
324? Oh, fuck. Okay.
Well, when you quantum into TPF, don't go forward, just strafe down until you're in Atmo, and then
Yeah.
turn the 324 and go that way.
Fuck. Yeah. Alright. I screwed up then.
Or OM3, then TPF, then strafe down to Atmo, and then go. That has seemed to be the most reliable way to find it so far, that I've found.
Okay. Let it go in a few minutes or a little bit. I'll be in game, but off Discord.
Top of the officer channel. It keeps us pretty relaxed. We're gonna have a quick officer meeting here coming up. I'll mute the stream in a second. Just doing some testing of this office. In the NCO channel. Let's see, testing. now. This is a different computer, a different setup here. So if you want to take a look at it and give me some feedback, I'd appreciate it. We have a group. You try to get into the group that I'm in for the rares. Oh my god, this is absolutely freezing up the system. Oh, where are my frames? My frames. Red Eye, the Sculpture. Let me, I'll put a link to it in a second here. Heating up all my RAM. That's just about as bad as I expected. Alright, I'll go put this in the chat for you guys. Guild meeting's coming up. I'll move most of the people here. Let me know if that's coming through for you. Red. It's good to see that World of Warcraft is still a slideshow with 1 million people on the. There we go.
Means there's 1 million people on.
Yeah, it's good. I'm for it. I got new boots. Once again, we have a meeting coming up in about 6 minutes. Prospects, Audi, and Ninjaka. A lot of interesting industry drama, but for the most part, the big news is the World of Warcraft pre-launch event is live today, which you can see me doing. Moreover, there is in fact a patch coming up in Star Citizen likely tomorrow, so do save your ships. These guys seem to be on like some crazy rotation here. Hopefully it's coming through for you guys. I have the ability to invite for this one or not. But I'm in a group with Celedrian from Moonguard. Who might be able to get you a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This appears to be what one does. Pretty straightforward stuff, I would say. Gear's not good, it's not bad. So we've stat squished, right? Is that what happened?
Yep.
My gear looks ridiculously awful.
I posted what the comparable amounts are in Rune Chat a couple days ago. It's probably still there. Pretty close.
Well, just, you know, it's crazy to me that they can't figure out their math, you know, if they keep stats switching it. It's like they never really figured out what to do with a max level beyond 80. Because that was, 80 was like Wrath, yeah? Like that was
yeah.
60, 70, 80. And
yeah, it's in Rune Chat Arc, the eye level chart.
Good.
You got it?
I have it. I'm also going to put out the guild meeting notes.
Okay.
We are waiting on them to figure out what they're doing with add-ons, but we're not being passive. We have reached out to the mod authors for the add-ons that provide a lot of the administrative upkeep, the recruitment, the guild roster. to see what they're doing to put it in. For obvious reasons, we want to be able to continue to support World of Warcraft for the future, make sure everyone can complete the game in good order, complete the raids, maintain a strong raid core, host these types of events, all while looking at future games that are coming. So that's essentially the situation. Yes. Yeah, well, put as much of that out as you can as far as news and up. We're about 3 minutes out. I will make sure we have some messages.
I threw to you, let you talk about it because you know more about Star Citizen right now than I did.
All right, it's about that time. I just put the messages out. I'd love to know what's going on with the add-on space here. I expect a lot more updates throughout the week. I did update everything, but we shall see. We are doing a test. This is another machine that I'm on. It's repurposed. We have 2 offices now. There's be some back and forth between the U.S. and Canada. So this is the San Diego office, and we have one up in Canada. So hopefully it's coming through. I'm testing it. But it has been fun because it has allowed us to play around with Starlink a bit. And I've kept this as minimalist as possible. You have all the old overlays on this, but I just do a Raffle Edge King animation on the side there to just have fun with it. Also, there was
I was just going to say the world quest that's in Twilight Highlands in the center of the map, if you're not seeing the orbs, you go to an alt that hasn't done that. They're having phasing issues on that one quest.
Yeah, it's not working for me. Jesus, how do they fuck that up? All right, well, not the shock.
Yeah, you got to go on an alt.
That's wild to me. I learned about a low FPS fundamental problem. The last word before I hand this over to Audie. Regarding a fundamental problem with WoW. But basically, because the game is so old, there's a quest watch problem. There's a code you can put in which might fix this for you, which I'm going to put into chat. On tracks a bunch of old quests that are now broken and fundamentally cannot be finished. It's legacy code for old characters with like low FPS. And that is the code I put down below. And I just ran it on this character, and it definitely seems to have helped. It removes like really old quest markers from like defunct quests that you might have in your log that you haven't cleared out. There are people here. Looks good. It is 6 o'clock. I've put out the announcement, so Audie, you have the floor.
Alright, it is a quiet week in Star Wars. I don't expect it to stay that way for long. In ESO, the last chance to complete the second round of the Writhing Wall battle is tomorrow. It ends at daily reset. You either break the wall or it breaks your will. There is no in between. White Strike's Mayhem is in Cyrodiil until the 4th. You get bonus XP, Telvar Stones, and Alliance points. May cause lag and disappointment, and rage quitting. Also, Golden Pursuits ends February 4th. For this round of Golden Pursuits, complete 20 of 36 activities and get 30,000 gold, 3 All-America Crown Crates, and the Anniversary Fellowship Bear Mount. Update 49 is still on the BTS. They are testing a sample Tamriel tome. This will not be the final one that they release for the upcoming season's content. It's just a test one. There is a full list of quality of life and EO Plus benefit changes in the ESO channel from a previous post. In Final Fantasy XIV, the new Valentine, or not new, but the annual Valentine's event begins on February 2nd and ends on February 16th. It's a short quest line in Gridania. The rewards include Valentine's armor, housing decor, and orchestrating roles. Finally, decor to match your Heartbreak aesthetic. They have released new zones for cosmic exploration. There's also new side quests, endless side quests. Geralt, not to be confused with Geralt, has new enhanced phantom weapons in Occult Crescent. He remains grumpy even while buffing your DPS. Server note, Cactuar and Hyperion are currently congested at the time that I looked earlier today. So if you're trying to make or transfer new characters to our supported servers, best of luck. In Destiny 2, Arms Week is this week with a focus on bows, so it's a full week of proving you're emotionally attached to the string weapons and you want to cosplay Legolas. There is a community challenge this week. Complete the Warlord's Ruin dungeon solo using only bows, glaives, and swords, and receive the Fallen Torches emblem. It looks kind of cool, but I don't know that I have the wherewithal to complete that dungeon by myself, just using those weapons.
The Twilight's Blade's use of
So
shadow magic is causing rifts between Azeroth and the Void. Destroy
full
them
rules
quickly.
are in the This Week in Destiny post in the Destiny channel. You will suffer, but fashion is eternal. In Once Human, the Aberrant Progeny Visional Wheel is live now. They have unkillable blobs, chests that require something called Deviant Sprouts that you pick up from killing shit. And your old safe stones now come with Wandering Deviants. It's fine, just ignore the growling. Your old pollution zones are now no longer where they used to be. Or they are, but they are inhabited by something with 8 legs and screeches and hoards all its gold. Also, there are more pollution zones that move. Deviants roam, danger is now portable, and countermeasures for the deviations are in the Once Human channel. It's a link to the Once Human Discord. Fun is relative, and you're still being hunted. There is a current Twitch drop for Once Human. It ends on February 13th. It's 4-hour watch time. It includes the robot weapons. I think it's a weapon sticker. It may be a car decal. Who knows? The Inkstone Round Table formula and the Light of Truth eyewear. Rewarding you for trauma with eyewear and furniture classics. There is also a Discord quest that ends tomorrow. If you play Once Human for 15 minutes with the Discord client open, you get 700 orbs for Discord. So you can buy stuff to make your avatar and profile look nice and shiny. This usually works best with the Steam version of Once Human and not the native launcher. So that's just FYI. And that's it for me.
Outstanding. Ninjaka, you have the floor.
Okie doke. So I got a big report today, so much so I didn't feel like listing everything in the chat. So I'm just gonna kind of read through because I know Ark really wants to get its stuff and kind of not keep it too long. Last weekend, I think last time and probably this time as well. All right, kind of first up, in no particular order, New World Eternum will officially sunset on January 31st. Anthem closed down last week, and I was ready to live in that game. That's how much I played it and really wanted to see it succeed. But yeah, it's gone. So we got about a year left, and a year and 4 days until they turn the servers off for that. Ark's is already gone over a bunch of the Blizzard stuff. For pre-patch, I got a couple of things here that are kind of pre-patch related. First up is that Blizzard announced 4 fireside chats, podcasts, live stream events, whatever they're called. First is going to be the State of Azeroth this Thursday at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard. They will be putting up the roadmaps for Midnight and for Classic. Now, the rumor is that it will be the official announcement of Classic Plus, and they're basically a version of 10.0, whatever the next kind of season or patch would be after all the gates of whatever that thing is called with the bugs. Yeah, I didn't play it, so I can tell you I don't know much about it. Let's see. There's an Overwatch February 4th at the 10th, Hearthstone February 9th, and then a Diablo 30th anniversary spotlight on February 11th at 2 p.m. So I will be announcing those at the future meetings as they roll up.
Outstanding.
Yep. Again, this is a lot to unpack, and I can deep dive on it if you guys want, or I can throw a couple videos to you. Just hit me up in Discord. But Ubisoft right now, I said it's been circling the drain. Well, it's ready to flush. They've broken down the company into 4 independent divisions that they call House 1, House 2, whatever. Should have been somebody joked it should have been Gryffindor, Slytherin, and be honest with you, it pretty much lines up if you know Harry Potter how they're doing it. Basically, they've divided everything up into 4 boxes, and they're just waiting for the right moment to put the for sale sign on it. A couple of days ago, I sent Ark the latest Ubisoft stock price, and it was at 91 cents. That is how much it has cratered. So they're going to sell this thing off piece by piece, get as much as they want for it. The only game I care about is Division and Division 2. I still play those every once in a while. They're still a lot of fun. Massive studio up in Sweden, which is the developer and the ones maintaining it. They do a great job. And looks like Division 3 is still in the works and still looking to come out. Oh, let's see. Upcoming game. Well, first off is Highguard came out yesterday, and the hate for that is still strong. We're talking total Sith dark side here. I didn't quite get the hate. I thought, I kind of agreed with them. They didn't read the room right, sticking that at the end as the big reveal at the Game Awards, because that's become a thing over the last few years. And Ark was kind of talking about this, and he'll probably speak more on it about how them having no beta and that sort of thing. So I've watched a couple. I didn't play it yet, but I watched a couple hours yesterday of some streamers that I like playing it. And to be honest with you, it looks freaking fun. I would probably download it and play it if they didn't have 10,000 players on their servers. They dropped from 90,000 to a low of 10. I think they're holding steady at about 2025 right now. I don't know if that's enough of a pool to draw a good match and still have fun with your skill level. The devers are saying, hey, we didn't expect this hate. We just wanted to put our game out. Boom, boom, boom. We're sticking with it, so we'll see. But a couple of like Pirate Nation on X, who I follow a lot, he is putting the hate out on this game. But I'll let Ark talk about that and reading, how they need to fucking read the room a little bit better. Crimson Desert has gone gold and has a confirmed launch for March 19th to be exact. So that's actually a game I'm thinking about playing. Prolobis did a fantastic job and still doing a fantastic job with Black Desert. How did somebody describe Crimson Desert? It's an RPG. Oh gosh, there was a great way somebody described it. I don't remember. Yeah, MMORPG named it the most anticipated game for this year, in their opinion. 2025. It's like a cross between, what is it? I don't know. I can't find my note on that. Like I said, I'm not. There's just a. It's very impressive, but it's like a little bit of a Dark Soul, but a little bit of some other stuff. Like I said, it's supposed to be, but not all
It's
of
like
any
Dark
of them.
Soul and Black Myth Wukong.
Yeah, but it just looks really good. Now this one I probably will post. This is some test footage from ZeniMax's canceled Project Blackbird, which was supposed to be their next big MMO, but just basically, Bethesda killed it. So if you kind of like some of the inside baseball or the sort of failed stuff or whatever, go ahead and take a look at this one. I'll post that one when I'm done talking here. Let's see. Riot Games continues their MMO development, and a former WoW lead producer joins the team, and that would be Raymond Bartos, a former lead producer. So, yeah, they did their big kind of reorganization and refurbishment and everything last year, and then basically, they went they went full submarine, silent and deep. And I still have hopes for this game, and I think Riot knows how to put out a pretty good product with their stuff. So hopefully this they've got some good people in there, and hopefully they can pull it out. Bungie announced they are launching Marathon in March. Again, another lack of ability to kind of read the room. But I'll tell you, the trailer looks a lot better than it did last freaking October. It's like, okay, you guys done a lot of improvements, more maps. They doubled the amount of characters you can play, but it's like, guys, the hero shooters is getting the hate right now. It's just, it's not good. Square Enix has a new game that was just announced today that's going to be coming to early access in February 12th. It's called Killer Inn. It looks like basically much more high speed, much better resolution of Among Us. Basically, 24 people come, when the game starts. It's a co-op. 24 people show up at this hotel or inn, and you're assigned a role. You're either a wolf, a sheep, and I think there's a third role. And the wolves are supposed to hunt the sheep while the sheep look for clues and figure things out. And I don't know. It just looks like if you're kind of an Among Us sort of fan or an escape room sort of person, this might be your jam. And it's getting some positive vibes right now. Maybe just because they announced it. On the ARPG front, No Rest for the Wicked I just picked it up. It looks a lot of fun. They just, they're in early access right now, and they just announced a new co-op mode. So it looks like it's a really just very well made, visually very appealing ARPG along the lights of Diablo and gosh, I cannot you find my words tonight, guys. I'm sorry. Path of Exile. Thank you. Go ahead and take a look at it. You can find all this stuff on Steam. And then the last wrap up, I kind of talked about Highguard a little bit. Like I said, there's just a whole bunch of stuff. It's like nothing comes out for months, and then all of it drops. And since we didn't have a meeting last week, all of it dropped in the last 8 or 9 days. Stop Killing Games Europe hit their mark for signatures, and it was confirmed that their petition will be heard by the the EU Parliament, European Union Parliament. So that's really cool. On the flip side, the UK is cracking down on VPNs and all sorts of stuff and having people sign up, so it's really becoming draconian, and I got a feeling it's going to be a little bit harder to play games over there. And yeah, that's pretty much it. There's a new video from Talis and Evitel that just came out 3 hours ago. I didn't have a chance to watch yet. but I know Ark usually watches those and posts them on a stream, so I'm not going to worry about that one. And that's my report, Ark. Like I said, I had actually had way too much this week to try and cover.
Yeah, no, it's been a lot over the last 2 weeks. I think it once again, as you know, they're actively dumping a lot of their inventory of things that were in development.
Oh, totally. And if you want to talk about, Highguard in, reading the room, you can go ahead and unpack on that one.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this is just a pattern of this. There's the takeaway going into these types of games has been that it's a much more competitive market, and the scale of development, the cost involved, it's not a premise where you can just put something out that's in a field that already is heavily dominated by big players and expect to do well without some type of catch. So people who are already into Marvel Rivals or are long-term fans of other looter shooters, Destiny, or obviously Elephant in the Room traditionally would be Overwatch. The idea that they're going to go play these other games which are sort of half-cooked. I know that they attempted to make a game of this nature for
Have anything ancient to
Amazon
trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Canceled it. They felt with their internal metrics it just didn't make any financial sense. So part of the problem is, they're just pumping this stuff. I think a lot of the investment clearly occurred, 5 or 6 years ago, during COVID, when the returns looked better. So a lot of these things got greenlit based upon numbers that weren't sustainable in the long term because COVID was an outlier. And so now, being aware of this and the conditions being where they are, there's just a lot of factors that are working against the market. First of all, there's AI. And AI has huge negative impacts on the consumer market right now. So if you're a younger person trying to build a fucking PC, get a graphics card, get some decent RAM, and be able to play a modern game, you're priced out. You just are. So there's a misunderstanding of what people want. So at the lower end price market, it's going to be dominated by people who can read the room there. I think the future is going to belong basically to Gabe. I think that an inexpensive entry-level PC, the GameCube, is going to be very successful.
The Twilight's Blade's use of
I
shadow
don't see
magic
at
is
this
causing
juncture
rifts between
how
Azeroth and the
there
Void.
just is a
Destroy them,
significantly
quickly!
large number of people who are looking for top-tier AAA, particularly when it's really poorly optimized. There's just a lot of craft that's missing, and so when you get groups out there who are like, let's make a game and not beta test it, that's a failure to read the room if there ever was one. So those are the things to take into consideration. We have some fighting on my server here if you guys are interested. In the middle of the air. Cool. I'll come back in, but there is a fight going on over at that point. That appears to be a pretty serious glitch. Once again, there are rare groups out there. It's not particularly compelling. It's just there's 8 of them or something. And they are dropping some catch up here. But if you need to get your alts taken care of and caught up in some way, it certainly is viable. But I've leveled up with far less, so it's not a big deal.
All right, if you want to go to the recruit chat, that's the first one I saw, just down a little bit. I posted all of the pertinent links. If you want to see the ZeniMax footage or read a look at Killer Inn or Crimson Desert, all of that is there. And I also threw up the Talius and Evital video, which I had not watched, plus a Bellular video that if you want to see a breakdown of what's exactly happening with the basically self-destruction of Ubisoft, you can take a look at that.
Yeah, spam the channels and use it updates. I think it's quite worthwhile. Yeah, that group is known for exploiting. They're like capping you off of your mounts from full speed. Another leader got banned from exploiting, so I'm just not gonna deal with it. Yeah, realistically, if you do need to catch up, you have the option to do it now.
How's the lag on your server? Ours was practically unplayable.
Yeah, it was pretty laggy. I mean, I'll see if I can find another one.
We actually crashed the server a couple times trying to do rares.
I'm gonna try to sign up for this rare plus horde farming group that's going on. Yeah, I mean it's a catch. You can look over at the PvP arena, see what those guys are doing. Yeah, there's just some like misunderstandings of like
The
what WoW
Sunwell
was.
must be protected.
One of the major problems,
Do
of
not
course, is that you
squander
can turn war mode
resources.
on and off, and that there's you're not
We have
forced to be on
overcome much.
is alliance dominance. So basically, Horde Alliance will just choose a server to dominate, and they'll just kill the randos who happen to pop in, which is what you see happening here. So these guys are rolling around, killing every random that shows up because they control the phase, and the Horde are doing the same in their phase. These guys are farming hordes, and a rare will pop up and they'll kill it. Do you get the Diablo decorations from getting the copy? Sometimes. I'm mildly curious. Well, we've had pre-launch events in the past. This one seems fairly generic. I'm happy with them using Twilight Highlands because it makes sense, and I think it's probably better than any zone that they were likely to create themselves. So there's that. So I think this is what you're going to get from WoW, is that a lot of the models look pretty good. It's pretty conservative in terms of the content they're putting out, which is fine. But it's not necessarily the same type of thundering sense of urgency and doom you had for the pre-launch event for Legion, which is probably the best of the events. You know, Legion came down, they were invading with their armies and their ships, so the zones would get taken over, and you can have siege vehicles, and there were very, very difficult world bosses to fight and so forth. I'm not seeing anything like that. It's not like Xalatath this year with her legions doing a conquering. It's not. It's just that we don't see. I'll be right back.
Hey everyone. I can't seem to do this void perforations raid. I mean, or daily.
Yeah, it's bugged.
I found that doing a different one and then flying between the two to get them to complete worked. So you fly out of the zone, fly back in a couple of times. Every time you fly back in, it'll either fail or complete.
How do you complete it though? I mean, is it?
It's an autocomplete.
Yeah, there's orbs floating up above the air. When you fly through them, you collect them.
I just did mine on an
I see.
alt.
If anyone else finds a good phase, let me know. I'm in a group, and they are doing it. It's pretty light. My group is listed as rare plus forward farming if you want to join up. You are welcome to join. Is there like a large world boss here of any kind or not?
Yeah, there's a couple.
Because I'm just doing the rare.
One in the there's one in the north, and then I can't remember where the other one was. They pop up if you've got what is it, Silver Dragon?
Silver Dragon actually working? Okay.
Yeah.
Rare scanner's working too.
WoW UI also shows it. I don't have anything, and when I was there, it was popping up.
So which one do you think is best? I think rare scanner. Yeah.
I just know it kept updating when the ads came out. When the add-ons came out.
The rare scanner. Let's see if rare scanner wants to work. What's the one with the 3D overlay of where those bad guys are?
I'm not sure.
Is the proper world boss, is it the Maw Madness or is it by the Cliff Agent?
Is that handy notes?
I don't know. I'm using this rare scanner right now. I'll put handy notes in if I have to. You're free to join up with us.
Also, if people are interested in gearing up a tune or an alt, there is time walking this week, so you can get a heroic piece of gear.
And when you're flying around doing the rares out here, you should have that axe on you for collecting wood.
Nice here. How would they make Wild Hammer Raiders hostile to the world? I'll be right back. The group is up. All right, let's see what we have this group doing here.
Come to the camp arc. The horde were causing problems. Oh, we just got rid of them all.
Are you my group?
Yeah. They're dead now.
All right, good. Bear plus horde farming is our group. I mean, it's running reasonably well. This is, I think, a pretty relaxed pre-launch event, if we're on it. We're fighting?
Yeah, res.
That didn't work out for him, did it? We have a portal to Silver Moon, the portal to Thornwood, and the portal to...
And Dornagal.
The universe is full of mystery.
It said to set your Hearthstone to Twilight Highlands.
They're selling candelabras. And a chair. And a chase. Don't say no to the chase.
Fate is ours to decide.
They all have. There's a shaman that comes up. That's a healer. Oh, there's a rare to the northeast.
Most of our group wasn't left. Probably to the air, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm going there.
Shaman, you're healing?
Yeah, wasn't over at the camp, but there's a few at where the rear.
Was dropped. The lost that encounter. Couple made, Shaman dropped out. Boom could never make. Leading this group. Boom gets through over. The back.
Yeah, that's the healer, the shaman. They're still focused on the rare in the middle of the fight. In the group. Oh, the other people in our group? Stupid. Oh, we got it.
Oh, wait.
There's only 4 of us. Oh, you're down.
Alright, they're withdrawing. We're just very light. It's usually basically, so.
Yeah. Only 5 of us.
These guys shouldn't be a problem to fight. Is this guy not listing it?
I don't know who's the leader. Oh, the druid.
Yeah. He might not know. Yeah, I think what it is. Glad. Please, no Polly. You know what? I'm gonna leave the group because they don't know what to do.
Well, I need to go.
No worries. I think that you've seen what it was. And that's it.
It's one of those little zones to get gear and other rewards. Keep you busy.
Yeah, I think I've accomplished. That's a catch up for those who are behind. But I'll go put my new stuff down.
Number 2 is Warbound, so you can transfer it between other characters too if you've got a low character that needs stuff.
Is there a timer for these? Do they spawn a regularly larger group? I'm sure we can do it. My general feeling of this content is it's not that it's like phoned in. It's just, you know, not very inspired, and inherently it's old. Like they're on the old engine, so it inherently comes across as a classic experience. I think it is well. Something.
Media has got to be, I need to see my... You know, one of the most damaging phrases to blight modern media has got to be, I need to see myself reflected in this, because it gives rise to some of the most ridiculous nonsense the human mind can conceive of. A small village in a medieval fantasy show set in a northern European climate? Clearly it has to be an ethnic and cultural melting pot of diversity, with absolutely no explanation for how these wildly different races of people all ended up in the same exact place.
That doesn't make sense.
A biographical drama about the Tudors set in 16th century England? Well, Anne Boleyn is black now. Don't question it, just accept it.
Yes, yes.
A video game that allows you to have an intimate romantic scene with a bear? Sure, why not? Because everyone needs to see themselves reflected in media. So it's kind of refreshing when every once in a while a company will turn around and proudly declare, no you don't, you fucking narcissistic child. You don't need to see yourself represented in everything, because believe it or not, the entire world and all the teeming multitude of stories and legends and characters that...
Critical drink. Slowly air yourself up on this.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
that inhabit it don't revolve entirely around you. You're not that important. If you need to see yourself reflected that badly, go look in a fucking mirror. Now, I'll admit I'm paraphrasing slightly here, but that was very much the case with the developers of Knight's Path, a low-fantasy medieval RPG that's currently in development on Steam. The kind of low-budget game that's made by a small but passionate team of developers who probably don't have huge resources at their disposal, but actually believe in the product they're making, instead of some monolithic quadruple A developer with thousands of manically depressed programmers toiling away on 18-hour days on something they hate. You know, kind of like what gaming used to be before it was dominated by 3 or 4 mega corporations churning out generic overpriced crap. Anyway, our tale begins about a week ago when the developers proudly showcased Amelie, one of the female characters that you've got the option of romancing in the game. And much to the shock of everyone, she was actually attractive.
No way!
I mean, that in itself is a fucking miracle in a modern game made by a Western developer, but let's not get hung up on that quite yet. It was around this time when one particular user posed the ultimate question: will there be representation for the entire rainbow of diversity in your romantic options for this game?
Put a chick in it, make her gay!
Fuck. Now, before we go on, I'm 100% sure this is just a parody account that was having a bit of playful fun at the expense of the modern audience. But it was the simple, blunt, beautifully honest response from the devs that really made the headlines. And in that moment, dear viewer, a legend was born. I mean, the usual suspects took it about as well as you might imagine. But then, and this is the important part, so pay attention 007, they were never going to buy the game in the first place. Because they don't care about supporting small developers or uplifting independent games or even playing video games in general. They never did. People like that care about one thing and one thing only: attention. Stuff like this is nothing but performative activism masquerading as concern trolling, emotional blackmail in the guise of moral panic, throwing their imaginary toys out of the pram on social media to force companies, studios, developers and celebrities to bend over backwards for them, to waste millions of dollars catering to their ever-changing whims and demands, to ignore and even alienate the vast majority of the actual audience who just want fucking entertainment. It's been a losing strategy for years, and I think people are starting to realise that now. And believe it or not, this door absolutely swings both ways. I don't need to see myself reflected in every piece of media I consume either, because I'm not a narcissistic moron who demands constant validation for every part of my life. If I play a game where the protagonist happens to be a black wheelchair-bound lesbian, I absolutely don't care as long as the game is good and the character is someone I care about. I don't need them to look like me. Why do you think Lara Croft, Jill Valentine, Lee Everett, Aerith Gainsborough and Barrett Wallace are some of my favourite characters ever? Actually, while I'm ranting, for fuck's sake Capcom, bring Shiva back into the Resident Evil series, will you? It's been like 17 years already. My point though is that not every group, demographic, niche and subculture needs to be represented in every story ever told. Sometimes the time and place don't allow for it, sometimes there isn't enough resources to cater for every possible combination, and sometimes they're just not fucking needed. Storytelling doesn't work that way, and neither do human beings. As people, we're more than just the colour of our skin, what we have between our legs, or who we like to bump uglies with. Yeah, some people feel the need to make those things their entire personality, because most of the time they've got nothing else to fall back on, but those people, luckily, are few and far between. They just happen to have a very loud and obnoxious voice online, and they don't represent the vast majority of the audience. So go ahead and make your game, Knight's Path. Make it the way you want to make it. Don't bow to social media pressure or modern audiences, and let the real audience be your judge. Maybe other gaming companies can stand to follow your leads. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
I'll be honest, I thought it'd take a little longer to gauge the viability of Highguard as a long-term live service, but looking at current numbers, it's very apparent that I think Highguard is in a lot of danger. You can tell that the interest surrounding this game is not particularly high. Highguard, for those who don't know, is a new live service hero shooter that tries to put a spin on the genre through what they call like a raid PvP shooter kind of setup. And this is a game that was announced at the Game Awards 2025, made to be the big finale for that show. And it basically raised expectations surrounding this game sky high, and it very immediately got a lot of hate online due to the way it was presented, due to the way it was hyped up to be like worthy of the big finale announcement of the Game Awards 2025, only for the trailer to show a game that a lot of people felt like it's like another hero shooter. It didn't highlight some of the more unique aspects of the game. Visually, people felt it looked generic, and the gameplay, people felt like, you know, we've been there, done that, and there's just a fatigue surrounding games like Highguard. After the announcement, the game went radio silent for weeks until just 3 days before launch, at which point we started to see like a countdown, we started to see more information about the game, and then at launch, we finally learned that it was this like raid shooter that is an amalgam of a lot of other games. It's got elements of MOBA in there, it's got elements of like Apex Legends and the way you like loot stuff in like the open world sandbox. It's obviously got elements of hero shooters like Overwatch with individual characters that have unique powers that you're supposed to like coordinate with and team up with in order to like have your bases covered when it comes to different roles during a match. It's got elements of like Counter-Strike and Valorant in the way you like have to arm and defuse bombs. And the main inspiration for the game was the way you raid bases in survival games like Rust. It's also got elements of like Rainbow Six Siege with that attacker-defender gameplay loop. So you can see where all of the individual components come from, and they try to combine it into essentially like a game mode that I wouldn't call revolutionary after having played it, but it does try to remix things that already exist into something that they hope will feel like somewhat unique to some folks. But the general reception online has been that while people respect that Highguard is trying something new, and while people see like glimmers of potential there, ultimately Highguard feels underbaked. It feels like by not hosting an open beta and taking people's feedback before shipping the final version of the game ultimately doomed itself, because there are a lot of things that people would have liked to see tweaked about Highguard that would have made it much better. And then there's the marketing and how much hype it got from Jeff Keighley in particular, and from the Game Awards and whatnot, only for it to just be like a game that's all right. Like, it's not bad by any means, but it certainly doesn't do enough, many people feel, for it to be able to compete with the other existing, live services. It doesn't stand out enough that it will pull people away from the live services that they've already invested a lot of time and money into. And all of that really shows when you look at the numbers surrounding Highguard, which launched and opened to pretty decent numbers, with an all-time peak concurrent player number of 97,249 players at the highest peak we have seen from the game. And what you want to see with a live service to show signs that it will last a while is those player numbers maintaining at a decent level, or even increasing over the next few days as word of mouth spreads, especially when it's like a brand new game, a brand new IP. When you see those numbers maintain or increase, especially within like the first week of its release, that's a good sign of people are coming back to this game and they're interested in sticking with it. But that is not at all what we're seeing with Highguard. In fact, we're seeing the complete opposite, and we're seeing it at a pretty severe level. If you look at where Highguard's Steam concurrent player numbers stand now, you can see that just a few hours after launch, the numbers started to dip pretty meteorically, to the point where we quickly saw the game's player numbers dip to the low 10,000s, which is not a good sign for a live service that's only been out for 24 hours. Now, of course, these numbers fluctuate depending on the time of day, with the game's lowest numbers having been late at night when people go to bed, especially in the US and, this side of the world. But you can see that even right now, when it's late morning during Pacific time, when these player numbers should be rising significantly once again, the rise is pretty minimal. We're not seeing numbers come close to the all-time peak here. In fact, it's kind of staying put at this really low player number that indicates that within 24 hours, Highguard has lost about 4/5 of its player base. It's only retained a fifth of its all-time peak. And its all-time peak, while pretty good, is certainly not at a meteoric level that indicates a tremendous amount of popularity akin to some recent releases. To really highlight what I mean, let's take a look at numbers surrounding games like Arc Raiders, whose all-time peak was almost 500,000 players, or more specifically, 481,966 players. And you can see that if you look at 24-hour peaks, the player retention is incredibly high, with hundreds of thousands of people continuing to come back, with Arc Raiders retaining the majority of its player base. And then if you look at how Arc Raiders has been trending since release, you can see that the game launched and then the player numbers actually started rising as word of mouth spread. And even during its dips, it never dipped all that low. And if anything, as new content releases, we're seeing numbers fluctuate up and down, but never to dangerous levels. In fact, these numbers right here are pretty awesome, and the game has steadily maintained its player base over the course of months. This is a sign of a really healthy live service that will go on for many months and years. The same couldn't be said about Highguard. When 24 hours after launch, the interest dips this significantly, this highlights a player base that is bleeding. And given that Highguard is a free-to-play live service, the only way for this game to make money is player engagement that leads to a high volume of expenditures on the game's monetization system. And that's where Highguard might be in trouble. To maintain an online live service, it requires quite a bit of money and resources, and all of that is funded by the monetization system of a free-to-play game. But when the player base dips this quickly, when the players lose interest in the game and they move on, you don't have that volume of players to spend enough money on the game, enough money on the monetization, that it's viable to maintain Highguard given all of the maintenance costs, and as well as all the new content that they have to make. A similar trend can be seen if we look at platforms like Twitch. Right now, Highguard is being viewed by 14.7 400,000 people across all of these different streams, a massive dip from where it was at its peak, just like roughly 24 hours ago. The viewership of Highguard was at almost 400,000 live viewers, or more specifically 383,407 viewers. Fast forward to a day later, and Highguard has only maintained less than 5% of that peak viewership. And that's because at launch, a lot of streamers were paid to play the game, right? I mean, Highguard developers did sponsorship deals with streamers who would play the title during its launch period. But now that that period is over, the question was, are they going to come back because the game is genuinely interesting and fun for them? And what these Twitch numbers show is that streamers have decided to move on, and in turn, their audience will decide to move on. And so the traction of this game is severely poor, and it can be lethal for a free-to-play live service like this, especially coming from a brand new studio that has a lot riding on the success of this game. Highguard being made not by this major corporation that can eat a failure like this, but rather an independent studio that will be in a lot of trouble if Highguard fails at the rate that it is right now. And then it doesn't help matters that if we look at the reception of Highguard, the review score on Steam is still not great. It is better than it was during the first few hours when the review score was like overwhelmingly negative and at like 17%. Ever since, we have gotten almost 16,000 user reviews, and the review score has gone up to 33%. So the score is now sitting at mostly negative, but 33% is still nothing to brag about. And ultimately, a lot of negative reviews highlight the same thing, which is that there's potential to this concept, but it doesn't feel like it was fully fleshed out. It feels like the game needed more time to cook. It needed just more elements, more game modes, more features, and more things to really spruce up the potential of this experience. This top review, I think, said a lot of things that I agree with. I played the game for a couple hours, and I also found that, it wasn't not fun. It was all right, actually, and there were some moments where there was a lot of intense back and forth going on, and when the game does shine, it does shine quite a lot, but for every high peak, there's also, this really low valley, especially during that phase where you're going about and exploring the open world sandbox to loot stuff. You're going around smacking rocks to earn currency, to be able to shop and all these things. That phase, I think, completely does not work, and there isn't enough going on in this open world sandbox to make that part of the game exciting. But once the raids start happening, I think that's when the game shines the most. But even then, I don't think Highguard stands above and beyond the competition to be able to pull me away from the games that I really, really like. I don't think Highguard is a bad game, but I can tell that it's not the kind of game that I'll be coming back to. It's one of those, I play for a few hours, try it out, have some, short-term fun with it, and then I move on. It's that kind of game, and it seems to be that kind of game for a lot of people looking at stats across Steam and Twitch and whatnot. And looking at reviews like this one where people express that the game just needs a lot of work still, it has a lot of room to grow. With this review saying, I was cautiously optimistic for Highguard. I didn't want to assume anything of the game ahead of the launch. With that in mind, I'm disappointed with what I've played. Above all, the game is boring. There are no NPCs to populate the maps, meaning the only engagement with the maps is looting extremely surface level loot. I agree with that. The looting aspect of the game doesn't feel very empowering. It doesn't feel very tense. It just feels like I'm just going around and picking a certain color. If I see orange, I click on it because it's legendary and offers the most benefits. And that phase is just really boring. It's just not engaging enough. And that part loses me enough where I can't foresee coming back to multiple matches of this over and over and over again. For me personally, this review continues the movement and shooting is just fine outside of mounts, which actually control very well. The visuals, even at 100% resolution scale with no upscaling, are blurry with things such as forced motion blur. That's something that a lot of people have highlighted, the visuals of the game and the blur. It's something that's been brought up multiple times across a vast array of forums and communities and players. And then beyond that, all of the technical issues, the performance of this game, I've noticed as well that, with the powerful rig that I have, it's not as if I'm struggling to run the game, but I've also seen games that look better, that have higher frame rates, and where the shooting mechanics and controls feel better and more responsive. There's just something about like the feel of the game where it feels like there's a slight input delay, and some people have noted that there might be like mouse acceleration that's making it hard to aim with mouse and keyboard and all these other things. The game was by no means unplayable, but I did notice that its performance like fluctuated a lot, and it impeded what is an essential component of a first-person shooter experience, which is like really smooth gameplay and really responsive gameplay. It was just off enough where I felt it, not so off that it made the game untenable, but it does feel like the game needs to be tweaked on that front. And another major complaint is the 3v3 nature of the game, the fact that there's only 3 players per team, so most of the time is spent running around the map looking for something to kill. I think that's a big part of why the looting aspect feels so drab for me, is because there's not a whole lot of tension. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel like you're in a whole lot of danger during the pre-raid like open world exploration segment. The map just feels really empty. There are no ads to kill, and player encounters during those segments are a little less frequent than I'd like from a game like this, so it just kind of slows down the pace and the tension of everything. I just think having at least the option for people to choose, you know, the size of teams, like that would significantly improve the game. Like if people want to stick with 3v3, they can do that, but add modes for like 6v6 that I think would, you know, make things a lot more tense. And yeah, the general consensus online from what I've seen is that the game is a patchwork of a lot of different genres, but it never excels at any one of those things, right? Like, it's almost like a jack of... I didn't think it was possible to have even less faith in Ubisoft than before, but here we are with the latest developments. Back in October of 2024, there were definitely aspects showing that Ubisoft was in serious trouble, namely the consideration of a potential buyout of Ubisoft. Now, ultimately, that didn't end up panning out. Instead, what Ubisoft decided to do, as reported here on March 14th, 2025 by Bloomberg, was to seek backers to create the subsidiary that would house some of their most famous IPs, basically like a shell corporation or something like that, just a sub-organization for their top IPs. And then on March 27th, 2025, they made it official. They said right here that Ubisoft accelerates its transformation by laying foundation for a new operating model with the creation of a subsidiary and injection of 1.16 billion euros of cash from selected investor Tencent. And through that, what we learned was that they're going to carve out a subsidiary that would be all about Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six. Except I don't know how just shifting some things around will ultimately help what the core issue is, which is leadership and the kind of lack of creativity or a lack of boundary-pushing experiences and products on the part of Ubisoft, who are sticking to formulas that they know and that they know are safe, and are sticking to a lot of trend chasing. And those are the aspects that really need to be fixed. Creating a subsidiary that ultimately changes nothing, I don't know how that was ultimately going to help Ubisoft. Now, with the most recent developments, Ubisoft has found itself in a situation where faith on the company is so low, even on the part of investors, that Ubisoft's stock price is at less than $1 per share, 95 cents per share. I don't know that we've ever seen Ubisoft stock dip this low. The lowest I see in this Google chart right here is back in like 2012 when it approached, you know, $1. But yeah, suffice to say that Ubisoft stock price is some of the lowest, if not the lowest we've ever seen in company's history. And it all has to do with Ubisoft's recent announcement detailing how they plan to transform the company, and all of this is detailed right here by Video Games Chronicle. And as part of this transformation, one of the things that Ubisoft felt obligated to do was cancel a bunch of projects, delay a bunch of others, and close down some studios. Or as Video Game Chronicles puts it right here, 6 games canned, 7 delayed, and 2 studios closed. This was confirmed directly by Ubisoft. And for years now, this has just been such a common trend for Ubisoft. So even back in 2023, we saw Ubisoft cancel 3 unannounced games, delay Skull and Bones. We saw games like Frontiers of Pandora, the Avatar game, get delayed during its marketing campaign. We saw Ubisoft delay Assassin's Creed Shadows at one point as the stakes surrounding this game grew higher, with Ubisoft becoming so dependent on this game's financial performance to define its future. Like, it's ridiculous how commonplace this kind of thing is becoming for Ubisoft. And that brings us to today. 6 canceled games, it reads right here, did not meet Ubisoft's new enhanced quality expectations, whatever the hell that means, it said, including the much-delayed Prince of Persia Sands of Time remake, a mobile title, and 4 other unannounced games, including 3 original IPs. That's right, folks. Prince of Persia remake is officially canceled. In fact, on Twitter, you'll find that the Prince of Persia Twitter page posted the following statement: to the Prince of Persia community, we want to share with you directly. We have made the difficult decision to stop development on Prince of Persia Sands of Time remake. We know this is deeply disappointing. The game carries enormous meaning for fans and for the teams who worked on it. While the project had real potential, we weren't able to reach the level of quality you deserve, and continuing would have required more time and investment than we could responsibly commit, and we didn't want to release something that fell short of what the Sands of Time represents. Prince of Persia as a universe and a legacy continues to matter deeply to us, and this decision does not mean we're stepping away from the franchise. Thank you for your passion, patience, and love for Prince of Persia, the Prince of Persia team. Yeah, that really sucks, but at the same time, from what we've seen of the Prince of Persia remake, it wasn't necessarily looking good. Like, you may recall that the announcement trailer for this came out back in, what was it, September 10th, 2020, over 5 years ago, and it looked like this. It just didn't look great, and the backlash was so severe against it that they decided to delay the game. Believe it or not, the original release window for this game was January of 2021. The game had been in development for 2.5 years by Ubisoft's Indian studios before they had to change plans on that front. But with concerns surrounding its quality looming eventually in 2023, it was announced that Ubisoft Montreal, the original developers of 2003's Sands of Time, it was decided that they would take over development, but even they couldn't salvage what was there, and Ubisoft felt the need to cancel it. Prince of Persia Sands of Time is a really special game, and people would have loved to see a remake done properly, and were anticipating this game when they announced a delay that would hopefully mark a significantly improved showcase of the game. But at the same time, maybe it was for the best that this got canceled, given that early signs showed that this game was in for rough tidings. I think it's better that than to sully the memory of the original game, but still, it sucks that it all played out the way it did, and that Ubisoft ultimately mismanaged a remake of Prince of Persia Sands of Time, which I think a lot of people would have really enjoyed in this modern day and age. That's on top of canceling 3 original IPs that were set to be created, which highlights that Ubisoft is less prone to taking risks due to the precarious status of the company, which at the same time might be the very thing that ends up killing them, the lack of risk and innovation. So it's almost like a snake eating its own tail kind of a situation. As for which 7 games were delayed, that's something that Ubisoft didn't go into detail, but one of the speculated games that were delayed is the remake of Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Tom Henderson from Insider Gaming reports as much here, saying that Black Flag remake likely delayed by up to 1 year. This is a game that was set to come out this year in just a few months, and with confirmation that one of the titles was planned for release before April of 2026 and will now be released before April of 2027, it all just seems to align, where it seems to suggest that, based on information we know, Assassin's Creed Black Flag was among the titles delayed, not canceled, but still pushed back pretty significantly for essentially polish and quality assurance. And, you know, not to say that game delays are a bad thing if it ultimately means we get a better product, but the fact that this has been such a consistent pattern for Ubisoft, the constant cancellation of games, the constant delay of games, and when games do eventually come out, not ultimately meeting the critical and commercial reception that they expected, all that culminates in what feels like a woefully mismanaged game publisher. As for studio closures and layoffs, we do know that the 2 studios that were closed were Halifax and Stockholm, and that in terms of layoffs, they haven't specified an exact number, but among the studios that were shut down, there will be people who, some will be reshuffled into the company and others will be let go. And that finally brings us to this new corporate structure that Ubisoft came up with to try to salvage their creative output and to try to make their company more efficient and whatnot. And it's all described in this screenshot right here, where now their creative teams are going to be divided into creative houses. So the first creative house is just Vantage Studios, and then you've got Creative House 2, 3, 4, and 5, and all of them are going to be supervised by Ubisoft HQ and supported by this creative network, a network of studios partnering with all creative houses to provide best-in-class production capacity, as well as partnering with Core Services, a separate team that will provide shared, standardized, and scalable services that enable the brand and projects teams to focus on their core missions. And the different creative houses will each individually have their own leadership, and each one will essentially be designated a genre, with the exception of Vantage Studios, the first creative house which will primarily focus on Ubisoft's biggest IPs, Rainbow Six, Assassin's Creed, and Far Cry. And then we have Creative House 2, which will be dedicated to competitive and cooperative shooter experiences, including The Division, Ghost Recon, and Splinter Cell. Creative House 3 will operate a roster of select, sharp, live experiences such as For Honor, The Crew, Riders Republic, Brawlhalla, and Skull and Bones. Then we have Creative House 4, which will focus on fantasy worlds and narrative-driven universes like Anno, Might and Magic, Rayman, Prince of Persia, and Beyond Good and Evil. And yes, apparently Beyond Good and Evil 2 is still in development. Somehow, I don't know how, like Prince of Persia remake gets canceled before Beyond Good and Evil 2, given that that's a game that's been in development for 17 years now. That's more development time than frickin' Duke Nukem Forever at this point. And finally, you have Creative House 5, which Ubisoft says is aimed at reclaiming our position in casual and family-friendly games in brands including Just Dance, Uno, and Hasbro. And the way it works is that each creative house is its own sector, and essentially specific development studios that fit the genre and criteria of certain creative houses will be essentially assigned to that creative house, while some will be assigned to the creative network team and work with multiple houses. So the idea is to create these layers of hierarchy that will allow all studios to kind of, I guess, try to coordinate better with things like the creative network, allowing all of these creative houses to consult a select team that will aid them in their endeavors, so on and so forth. As highlighted right here by Video Games Chronicle, each of the creative houses will have its own leadership and end-to-end responsibility for its portfolio, from development to publishing and financial accountability, which Ubisoft hopes will help it make better, faster decisions and lead to more hit games. The creative houses will be supported by a creative network team, which will share studio expertise and provide co-development support, as well as a core services group, which will focus on technology, QA, localization, business planning, and more. Now, whether this restructuring will have any tangible impact on Ubisoft's ability to create games more efficiently and to make them better remains to be seen, but what does not inspire confidence is this statement from Yves Guillemot himself, the CEO of Ubisoft, when he talked about this restructuring and this revitalization of Ubisoft, and along the way said this: "We are transforming Ubisoft's operating model to produce exceptional quality games on the two core pillars of our strategy, which are open world adventures and games as a service native experiences." To me, that doesn't sound like Ubisoft is bolstering the developer's creative environment, but rather that they're doubling down on the things that are killing them, which is just a lack of innovation in the open world format that Ubisoft just seems so enamored with that they kind of recycle that formula without making significant steps forward on that front or significant refreshing evolutions that allow this genre to feel fresh, and the games as a service stuff that has tanked them. Yes, Rainbow Six Siege was a big success for them, but that's the exception, not the norm. The other live services that Ubisoft has tried to output have all but failed. Whether we're talking about that cyberpunky battle royale game Hyperspace, whether we're talking about Skull and Bones, or whether we're talking about their attempt at a Call of Duty-like in the form of X-Defiant, which also flopped and they had to shut it down. In my opinion, Ubisoft's core issues have nothing to do with the corporate structure, though I'm sure there are aspects of that that do impede aspects of development, and maybe some restructuring will help with efficiency and whatnot. But when it comes to their game's ability to sell and to be mega hits, aside from established franchises like Assassin's Creed, the reason why all of them fail is because it just feels like Ubisoft is so far behind when compared to the competition in the genres that Ubisoft tackles. The other development studios are just pushing more boundaries, are essentially just setting new bars that Ubisoft just isn't, because they've gotten so stagnant in the way they develop games. Because the creative aspect of Ubisoft feels so much more stifled. So at the end of the day, what helps a game company is when people buy their games. And if you can't like earn their interest by showing something genuinely compelling, instead of playing it safe and using either the same trend chasing formulas or using the formulas that have worked for you in the past, but you somehow can't evolve past them and keep trying to like factory churn out similar type games instead of pushing the boundaries of the genres that you help popularize, then yeah, you're gonna fall behind and you're going to be supplanted by companies that do try to push for developers having creative autonomy that allows them to take a genre and make it fresh again. And yeah, there's plenty of commentary out there about Ubisoft's recent like transformation, as well as their commitment to things that have ultimately been the things that have made them fail. So for example, like Legendary Drops right here highlighted how Ubisoft's plan to fix everything is literally just doubling down on the same thing that made them fail. Brilliant, simply brilliant. That is kind of what it feels like. Others are highlighting just some of the baffling decisions that we've seen Ubisoft make in recent months and years. So Nick Tech, for example, says, so far Ubisoft has canceled Prince of Persia Remake, canceled Assassin's Creed post-Civil War game, which sounded kind of cool, delayed most likely Assassin's Creed 4, Resynced, and 6 other games, effectively put Watch Dogs franchise on hold or dead and buried. With the last Watch Dogs game, while there was some cool mechanical aspects, once again, that tried and tired Ubisoft formula that they haven't been able to evolve enough to make that genre feel fresh from Ubisoft, I think also killed the Watch Dogs series. Canceled a Splinter Cell game that was in development. Canceled Star Wars Outlaws 2 before it entered full production. What's going on at Ubisoft? Well, I mean, cancellations happen when a company deems that a project, like continuing its development and spending more money on it, is just not worth the risk of its failure, when they feel like the project will end up ultimately costing them more than it will make them money. But all of this just feels so self-inflicted by Ubisoft because they're so like risk adverse, or because they're just not pushing boundaries enough with their creative output. And instead of blaming it on just the lack of pushing boundaries, what they blame it on is that, oh, people are not interested in these kinds of games anymore, when that is plain and simply false. When other developers do it and they do formulas that Ubisoft has helped popularize, but they do it better and they find ways to evolve that formula and advance the genre, that's when people are like, ooh, this feels like a game that I would spend dozens of hours on and not get bored. There's plenty of interest surrounding types of games that Ubisoft is canceling within their own studio. If you look at the sales out there of games that have tackled similar genres, it's just, again, a situation of like Ubisoft being a snake that's eating its own tail. Like, people will show up if your game is boundary pushing, and Ubisoft just hasn't been able to do that for far too many years. And the Ubisoft logo, in turn, has become not that interesting to look at. And, you know, it's not a logo that inspires hype anymore. And that's what Ubisoft needs to get back. All this restructuring won't matter if they don't get that back. The hype that people experience when they see a certain company's name show up in a trailer, you know what I mean? And that starts with letting developers cook and expanding the level of creativity that you allow, and yeah, taking some risks. But, you know, with Ubisoft being in the position that they're in right now, you know, they feel the need to play it safer, because risk right now could sink this company due to how financially precarious things are, due to the constant failures that resulted from leadership's management of their studios and the creative output. Again, snake eating its own tail. A vicious cycle that will continue a downward spiral if something doesn't change about the creative output more than like the way the organizations are organized. Or at the very least, that's one man's take, and this is kind of what you need to know about the recent developments surrounding Ubisoft and the way they're restructuring as a last-ditch attempt to save a sinking company. We'll see if all this ultimately does yield better creative output, more for show than anything, and it ultimately doesn't change leadership and the way they handle projects, the way they handle studios and IPs. Share your thoughts on all this in the comments below, and to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Young Yeah.
they were depressing, these guys. The rare or common guys. Something is eating up my frame rate like crazy.
Crazy, unexpected news alert that nobody saw coming. IGN posted an article saying, can we please stop dunking on Concord? Oh my God, I did not even mean to say it. That's funny. Freudian slip. Can we please, let me take that again. Can we stop dunking on Highguard? I seriously didn't mean to do it. Before it's even out, please. That was freaking funny, dude. I think I saw Concord written here, and so my brain like copied it up there. That's freaking hilarious, dude. I've never had a like actual Freudian slip there. That's freaking hilarious. So this article posted by Simon Carty. I typically like Simon's work. He does really good stuff with IGN. You probably recognize him. He's the one that kind of talks in the British accent and is very recognizable. You know, I sound nothing like him. My accent is not accurate. I'll give you that. But you'll recognize him. He's done a bunch of stuff. Looks like he did the campaign review. Did he do the voiceover for this?
But it also detrimentally affects the solo experience. From not having AI companions fill in for you if no buddies are online, or kicking
the
you for
Twilight
inactivity
Blade's
if
use
you're
of
idle
shadow
for too
magic
long,
is causing
to not
rifts
even
between
being able-
Azeroth and the
That's it.
Void.
So I like
Destroy
Simon,
them quickly.
and he does good work typically. But this is a funny post seeing it come from IGN, because it comes off as just like playing defense for a game that's been AFK and is like just not present at all, you know. Paul Tassi, of all people, he posted on Twitter. He's one of the writers for Forbes, if you don't know. And he actually responded to this headline, and we're going to look at the article in a second, but he actually said because the post was, Highguard isn't out yet, why are we rushing to dunk on it? And he said, what it showed did not look good, and it has shown nothing else since. So what are we supposed to make of it? Which Yeah. Yeah. It's like, I think there's such a funny dynamic with some of these games and with some journalists too, where they assume that we should, like, people should start being like convinced of it. Earlier in stream, I talked about like the scale and like the balancing of where you are on the scale of convincing me that I should buy your game, like the quality scale. So imagine like it's here, it's balanced on the fulcrum right in the middle. If you're totally unconvinced one way or the other, you don't think it's going to be bad, you don't think it's going to be good, you're in the dead center, right? If you think it's going to be good and you're going to pre-order it, get the collector's edition, you're probably over here. You're this like fanboy territory. And if you're over here, you're like full on hater, where you're just like, nothing they could possibly show will ever convince me this is going to be terrible no matter what. Like, we all know the types. What they did was their trailer dropped and most people landed over here. They thought it looked lackluster and lame, and so they're just not that interested. So they're here based on what they showed. But then you see posts like this from IGN where they're acting like, no. You should be exactly here no matter what until the game comes out, until you play it. It's like, no, they showed me a trailer. I thought it looked lame. And so I'm not convinced. And I'm like, if your point is like we shouldn't be a hater towards it, okay, that's one thing. But people saw a trailer, thought the trailer was lame and uninteresting, and so that's what's informing their decision. And that's not their fault for feeling that way. It's the job of the developer and publisher to convince you to buy it, right? Like, that's the point. He says, on December 11th, 2025, Highguard was revealed at the Game Awards, a PvP raid shooter from some of the creators behind Apex Legends and Titanfall. Highguard was admittedly somewhat of a surprise as the last reveal of Jeff Keighley's show, which has typically been reserved for highly anticipated single-player games such as Naughty Dog's next Project Intergalactic or the next Mass Effect. Rather than a big-budget RPG, Highguard's trailer displayed a multiplayer game rooted in a mix of fantasy and sci-fi, with SMG-wielding heroes riding horses into battle and magical spurs hurled into the ground. Spears hurled into the ground to ground enemies by floating characters. A new breed of shooter flashed across the screen as its Overwatch by way of Concord action played out. The online reaction to this trailer has not been kind. Type Highguard into YouTube and you'll be almost exclusively met with videos headlined something along the lines of, "This game is cooked. It's worse than we thought. What happened?" What's happened is that it hasn't even been released yet, and so I'm here to state what I thought would be the obvious. We should actually play games before we definitively decide if they're good or bad. I feel like definitively is doing a lot of the heavy lifting here. Here's where I'm at, okay? I don't need to necessarily eat. Let me take it another angle. I don't need to drink from a cup of spoiled milk to tell that it's spoiled, you know? I don't need to drive my car on the highway to know that the tire is really low and might pop if I rip apart if I go on the highway. Like, I don't need to act out the full thing to use deductive reasoning and to take information that I've been informed by to come to a conclusion based on the best evidence that I have, okay? You don't have to actually follow all the way through. This is something that you do literally every freaking day of your life. When you go to a restaurant and you look at a menu and you decide, that all looks terrible. That looks good. I'll order that. You just dismissed all of this stuff without trying it and settled on that based on the information they presented to you. It's the same thing you do when you're driving on the road. You're like, that road, I think there's potholes over there. I'm going to go up the street and go over. I don't want to go in the potholes. You didn't drive on the street, dude. It could have been great for all you know. Stop judging the road. Like, this is just a human being thing. You take information that you get and then you make an informed decision. In the case of Highguard, obviously, I agree what Bustanut says, which is that it is free. So this is much more approachable and accessible than a game like Concord was, which was, of course, $40 at launch. You can just download it, presumably through Steam, assuming it launches in 5 days, and you can just play it and give it a shot, right? It's still a task. It's still something players need to be convinced of, to not just spend the time to download it, because I have fiber. Pat myself on the back for that. Did not always have fiber, though. And when I didn't have fiber, I only recently got fiber internet. When I did not have fiber, downloading a game like this, that's going to be like 25 to 50 gigs, that's like a solid hour and a half, 2 hour process that I'm not using any of my other internet that night. If I'm playing games with friends, all of a sudden I gotta set that aside. And then I also coordinate with my friends to maybe hop on and try it as well with me because it's a team-based game. So it's like, It's a process, and you got to be convinced of it because this is very competitive. And in order for me to play this, I'm not playing something else that I know I like, right? So you still have to be convinced. You still have to be convinced at the end of the day to even bother trying. There's been plenty of other free-to-play games that you probably have never played because you weren't convinced of them. I understand not being into the look of the game, which is funny. I've seen this going around. People described it. They said he has the free-to-play haircut. It's like, once I saw it, I can't unsee it, damn it. Because, like, yeah, kinda, like it is kind of the, yeah. I don't know what it is, but dude, there's just some games where you see them and it's the haircut's the giveaway. It's always the giveaway. It's so funny. It's just so funny. But anyway, you may not like the look of the game, but among the gaming community, it increasingly feels as if there's almost no underlying need for new releases to be bad if they're not exactly, hold on. I've added a word. It increasingly feels as if there's now almost an underlying need for new releases to be bad if they're not exactly what we want from one. I can't help but feel this attitude is completely unhelpful in the long run, engineered with social media and rage bait content algorithms in mind, rather than any kind of thoughtful analysis of what's on show. Such willingness to dunk on a game for which we only have a single trailer and 10 screenshots displays a complete misunderstanding of or intentional opposition to a, quote, rising tide lifts all boats mentality when it comes to game development. So, a willingness to dunk on a game for which we only have a single trailer and 10 screenshots. This is like the whole point of this. Whose fault is that? You put out a trailer. People thought trailer looked bad. They concluded from that trailer, look bad, me not like, me not interested. And then they closed the book because that's all they have to go on. If there were a new trailer, they might look at it and go, ooh, new trailer. Me like new trailer. Me like game. Me convinced game may be good. And then they close the book because now they've been convinced because they got new information. It's not my fault that they only dropped one trailer and that trailer left people in the state that they are. I can't speak for other content creators. When we've spoken about Highguard, it's usually about the broader reception to it. You don't get to choose or demand how people feel about something. As I've said since the beginning, the game may actually end up being pretty solid or pretty good. Coming from former Apex devs, I'm sure they know how to make a good shooter, okay? That's never been the point. The point is, when it comes to convincing players that this is a game worth playing, this failed. And their response has been to go into lockdown and refuse to elaborate. And then people like IGN are like, why are you judging it? You only have one trailer. It's like, yes. And we didn't like the trailer. Like, what do you mean? It's like, if I go to a restaurant, I'm just hungry. That's why I'm like, using all the food emojis. If I go to a restaurant and I order a soup and the soup shows up and it's cold and I'm pretty sure there's a toenail in it and I send it back and then they come back out and they're like, you lost your appetite, sir. Why won't you order a steak or something? Why won't you order more? Why are you not interested in continuing this relationship and this business relationship with us? And I'm like, you gave me one thing and that one thing sucked and I lost I'm not interested in it. Like, I'm done. You've given me no other reason to be compelled, right? Like, I'm not gonna like give you the benefit of the doubt now. You know? I'm good. It's like, again, and so it's either displays a complete misunderstanding of or intentional opposition to a rising tide lifts all boats mentality when it comes to game development. More successful games are ultimately good for everyone, even if this specific one doesn't meet your personal tastes. I can understand this mentality. More successful games are ultimately good for everyone. So the more successful more games are, the better it is for everybody in the industry. This is, I get what he's saying. It comes off as lecturing though, because you're upset at how people feel and you're telling them they shouldn't feel that way. But the case is just like, hey, stop. It's like, they gave us one trailer. People thought the trailer was lame. People thought the trailer was uninteresting. And now you're like, yeah, you guys are not rooting for the health of the games industry. You're not helping a rising tide lift all ships. Like, that's respectfully, it's not my problem to like deceive myself. If I thought the game didn't look interesting, the game didn't look interesting. It just is what it is. It's not like, it's not this big of a deal, dude. Like, it's just not that interesting of a game based on the trailer. Now another trailer could convince me it actually is really good, and then I'll root for it. But I'm not gonna pretend like it looked amazing to try and like hype it up or hype up the industry or save other boats or something. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? It's short. Well, okay, maybe not. But he says, of course, it isn't just the gameplay fueling this fire, but the relative lack of noise from developer Wildlight Entertainment following its reveal. More than a month later, this teaser remains the only video on the game's official YouTube channel, which at the time of writing still only has 1,610 subscribers. Somewhat odd for a game that has received such a prized reveal spot or slot on gaming's biggest night of the year, a slot that notably the studio did not pay for. Reportedly, Jeff Keighley simply really liked the project a lot more than the wider audience seems to have. Yeah, he seemed to like it a lot more. A similar situation can be seen on social media where the Highguard's official X account is followed by just over 7,000 people and hasn't posted since that December 12th announcement date. And there are no details on characters, abilities, or maps. There's not even an explanation of how this new breed of PvP works, which is unhelpful considering raid shooter is not a commonly recognized genre. Highguard itself may well not be bad, but the marketing promoting it certainly could be accused of being subpar. It's certainly novel. We looked at that one post from one of the guys that's former IGN where he was saying, just connect the dots, dude. It's from former Respawn guys. So they shadow dropped Apex Legends. That's what they're gonna do here. It's not a shadow drop if you already announced it. It's just a drop. So, what do you mean? Like, shadow drop, never been announced before. They drop it, former Apex devs, they put it out there. Let's see what happens. That would be one thing. That's not what they do. That's not what they're doing. They announce it, they put out a trailer, people are aware of it, then they go silent. People are like, what's the deal? Like, it's just a drop. It's just a drop that they refuse to elaborate on. And right now, like, we are 5 days away. It's been rumored that there was an event in Los Angeles for select content creators to go and see the game. I was not one of them. Shocking, I know. I was not one of them. I don't know who went there. And typically I know most of the people that are going to events like this, and I've not heard any rumblings or anything. There was an event, I think Destin wrote this one. Yeah, this was when Destin was still at IGN. So for this event, for Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, they went out to Warner Brothers, but it was largely an isolated thing. So they had like IGN and GameSpot and other outlets there. Dude, I forgot about this. Dude, I forgot how many things they do in Suicide Squad that like would so not be okay if they just flipped the characters around. Like, imagine Deadshot or
the Twilight's Blade's
Joker
use of shadow magic is causing
Harley's
rifts
butt.
between Azeroth and the Void. Destroy them quickly.
Worth it.
But it's funny. Like, it's crazy. Dude, that whole game is insane. Anyway, with this one though, they did have a preview event where they invited people out. A lot of people were not convinced of this game at that point. And they invited people out. And in this case, it was a preview event where people literally left being like, yeah, we're not that impressed. Destin was a trooper for this one too, because some of the fanboys came at him. Like they really went crazy. Yeah. Maybe this could be a case of when not to delay a game. Rock said he probably should have just released Suicide Squad last year in May of 23 like they were supposed to. Live service game, I'm out. Yeah, these comments are all relatively good, but there were some people that were going at him at the time, I remember, because he dared to say that it looked bad. But yeah, I remember this getting headlines. We played it and didn't like it, which is like not great for a preview. But there's allegedly been a preview for Highguard that nobody knows about. Nobody knows who went to it, so I'm guessing it's mainly like big outlets like IGN and GameSpot, those places, Eurogamer. It doesn't seem like they invited a lot of big personalities out there, but maybe time will tell. Maybe they'll reveal that Tim the Tatman out, or Shroud again, as if that really helped Suicide Squad. So who knows what they're going to do, but we probably hear about that in the next few days, I would guess, because the game is supposed to launch on Monday, I think. So imagine if it was Mr. Beast. Dude, I heard from somebody that was in the mix with King of Meat for the marketing stuff, and I heard some of the background of how that Mr. Beast video happened. And Apparently, it was literally one executive within Amazon that vetoed the entire process. They had a plan to like go do guerrilla marketing with like actual gamers and like actually try and build out a grassroots marketing campaign. And an executive at Amazon was like, nope, we're gonna go with Mr. Beast. And he overhauled it, vetoed it. So there was a plan to do a more reasonable marketing campaign for that game, but it was one executive dude that decided, nope, we're going Mr. Beast. He's probably like, I've heard of Mr. Beast, let's do that. And it ended up being such a catastrophic mistake. 7 million views, who knows how many millions of views or millions of dollars spent on it, and they got 50 concurrent players, 50 more concurrent players. Yeah, it's almost like if you want your game to sell, you should market it to actual gamers instead of 7-year-olds who play Roblox. Cancel me, I don't care. Cancel me, just my opinion. Perhaps the development team is aiming to recapture lightning in a bottle and recreate the overwhelming successful shadow drop that Apex Legends benefited from. Perhaps when it arrives, we'll all be hooked. After all, it's directed by Chad Grenier. Grenier, maybe? One of the original Call of Duty designers, whose credits include the first 2 Modern Warfare games, both Titanfall's, Apex Legends, and he's joined by multiple other veterans of hugely successful games. But prior success is not a guaranteed key to victory, and yes, perhaps the final product will end up being underwhelming. But even knowing that, it's disheartening to see that this failure has already been presumed by many online, a predetermined fate, if you will. Again, what are they supposed to do with it, man? Like, they saw it, and like, this is one thing you gotta understand about live service games, okay? The one thing that's worse than a game that looks bad is a game that's cringe, is a game that's taboo. That's what people hate, especially when you're younger. Nobody wants to be playing the uncool game. Nobody wants to be playing the uncool game. So if you are trying to push your friends to play the uncool game, that doesn't work. So everybody just sticks with what they know, what they're familiar with. And with something like this, like you're talking about a live service game and a time commitment to get into it, to get good with it, to get familiarized with it, to build up. I don't know if there's going to be skills or if there's long-term progression or a ranked mode. Like, we literally know nothing because they refuse to tell us. But why would I commit the time and energy to building that out if I think that the game is probably going to be dead in a month? You know, I'm not going to commit to that because it's just going to end up wasting my time. So I'm not going to bother even trying, you know? And that's what happens with a lot of these live service games. It's why player count does matter, because when people commit to a live service game, they're committing. Once they decide this is going to be my thing, they're committing for months or even years. And so you've got to have player base to back that up. Jay St. Clair, thank you for the 5. They keep using shadow drop. I do not think that means what you think it means. Literally, I mean, dude, this drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. It's literally not a shadow drop because there's no shadow. It's a fully lit drop. There's a spotlight on the 26th of January because they announced it was dropping on that day. Why do they keep saying shadow drop? I get it, dude. I don't know. It's this immediate and complete writing off of a game that irks me somewhat. That's the most British sentence I've ever read. You may feel that Highguard's action doesn't look like your cup of tea from the less than 2 minutes you've seen of it. And for all I know, when it launches on January 26th, it may well struggle to find a substantial audience. But it's this immediate and complete writing off a game that irks me somewhat. Again, the trailer was lame and people didn't think it looked great. You're not entitled to a player's time. You're not entitled to a player's energy, to their SSD space. You're not entitled to a single watt of energy from their wall. You have to convince them to download your game. You have to convince them to play it. That's on, and I say you, I mean the developers and publishers, mainly the publisher, because it's a publisher marketing thing. That's on you. Like, I don't understand. We saw this with Highguard. We've seen it with like Concord. We saw it with Suicide Squad. That was cringe though, because that game was $70 and we had people telling us we were brokies if we didn't like it. Do you guys remember that guy? He was like, yeah, if you're not gonna buy Suicide Squad, just admit you're broke. It's like, do you want to play this game? I was like, I'm happy to play this game. If you want to go dollar for dollar, if you want to go band to band, or whatever people say nowadays, I can do that. That's not the problem. The problem is the game sucks, okay? Like, we'll do that. We'll do that. We'll see where that's at. Continuing, I realize I'm largely swimming against the tide of minds that have been made up here. I don't think it's made up. It's just literally, we have information. We came to this conclusion based on that information. There's been no new information. What are we supposed to do? Change our minds based on a post on Reddit or X or IGN telling us you should be more considerate and more open-minded? Like, what are we doing? It's much easier to tear something down than reinforce it with optimism. I think maybe this is the thing. Some people, and I appreciate optimism generally, okay? But I think toxic, or I think overwhelming optimism and positivity is also how you get games greenlit that waste tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars when they were never going to find an audience to begin with. You know, I could have told you a game like Concord was going to end badly 2 years, 3 years, 4 years before it happened. I think any one of you guys could have, but it was that optimism of, well, we just gotta, we're gonna put it out there, we're gonna see it. It's that's how you end up with this situation, is just by refusing to be kind of honest with yourself, even if that honesty is kind of rough to hear, you know? But I can't help but feel that many of the same people gleefully rubbing their hands together at what looks like another underwhelming game in their eyes will be the same bemoaning the fact that the games industry is in a difficult spot where layoffs and studio closures seemingly happen on a weekly basis, putting the creatives they admire out of work. This, though, is crucial, okay? I think this is a chicken and the egg situation. Here's the thing. It is true the current industry lays people off, studios get shut down when a live service game flops. The live service game largely flops because it never stood a chance, or the concept was bad, or it came out 8 years too late for the genre it was trying to appeal to, right? That disaster could have been avoided if they didn't act like it was gonna magically be successful, ignoring the writing on the wall, spending all this time and money making something that never really stood a chance. Because maybe this is a hot take, there are some game concepts that I just think, no matter what the marketing is or whatever, I don't think will pop off. I don't see a world in which Concord, launching when it did, would have found like 50,000 concurrent players. I don't think that was a marketing stumble. I don't think that was a, like, oh, if we'd only announced it here and then done this preview and done that, maybe done this different trailer. I don't think there was a world in which that happened, because I think the game, as a product, was doomed to fail from the start. It just didn't make sense. It wasn't appropriate for the time. You know, it was literally 8 years too late. Exactly. With this, like, I feel for the devs that lose their jobs, and I feel for the devs that suffer when the executives are the ones that screwed up and greenlit this when it never should have been. But it's also, maybe it's mean to say, it's literally not the consumer's problem if somebody spends years making a product they don't want. It's just not. Okay? It's not. It's the same thing. Like, if you go to a farmer's market, we've all done it. You go to a farmer's market, you see the stand where there's like somebody selling their homemade whatever granola bar treat, whatever, and you can smell it from across the parking lot because it's just wheatgrass, honey, and maybe a little bit of urine or something. And they're like, no, I swear it's organic. It's a bad product. I don't want it. And even though, yeah, they worked hard on it, and maybe it hurts their feelings to not sell any of those, it's not my problem. Like, you're trying to convince me to buy your thing. You know, this isn't a preschool where I'm going up to the toddlers and being like, wow, this mud pie looks great. Great job. You're an adult. This is a business. You know, it sucks. It can make you sad. I get it. But especially when the market is bad, when people are struggling to pay their bills, you're not entitled to their money and you're not entitled to their time. And that's the thing. Like, time is valuable, baby. Time is money, baby. This general attitude we've seen from a lot of different people where it's like, just assume that the developer is entitled to your time, that you should try it or you're not an actual like ally of gaming. I just find it stupid. I just find it dumb. And it's that kind of take it for granted attitude that is why you end up with so many of these live service games that fall flat, because they're built around this idea that, well, when they try it, they'll like it, probably. And then nobody tries it because they're not convinced that it's worth trying, you know? It's blaming the gamers. Yeah, that's definitely what it seems to come off as. It's like we're missing the key context here, which is that even though Highguard is a free-to-play game, it is still a product from a business. They're trying to sell you stuff. There's going to be an in-game store. There's going to be seasons. There's going to be skins. There's going to be season pass, battle pass, whatever. There's going to be not just that, but also your time. They need you to stop playing that other game that you've been having fun with your friends on and instead play this game. Like, it is still a business. They're trying to extract revenue from you. It's not just like, give it a shot, see what you think of it. Like let's not miss and lose sight of the dynamic here, okay? You are the customer. They need to convince you to come into their business to engage with them. If no one is attempting to make a new experience or new experiences and at least try to deliver on the promise of new breed of shooter, then we're in a grim place indeed. Okay, I agree. New experiences, new ideas are great. Totally agree. You still got to convince me that it's worth my time and energy. Like, again, you're not entitled to it. If you're trying to do a new breed of shooter, bear in mind that's a very similar marketing ploy than as what they had with Concord, where it was an innovative narrative technique, which was just a cutscene before every week that they did. Looking further ahead, Marathon will finally launch in March of 26. My another hot take, I think Marathon's actually going to do pretty well. I'm getting more and more convinced of that when I look at player feedback, when I look at the response online, and just if you look at the gameplay overhauls they've done, I think Marathon actually now, I'm up in it. September, I think if it launched in September, it was like a 1% chance, 0 to 1% chance it finds any success at all. I think it would have been a disaster if they tried to push it out in September. Now that it's gone to March, initially I was like, maybe it's now like 5 to 10%. I think now the odds are getting closer to like 30 to 40% that it actually finds a pretty solid audience. An audience that justifies $4 billion purchase price? Probably not. But I do think it'll find a solid audience. I think it actually looks pretty good. But you know why I think that? You know why I think that? Just like Fanbat says in chat, I wasn't before, but I'm interested in Marathon now, he says in chat. Wasn't before, I'm interested in Marathon now. Because they showed you more and convinced you. Imagine that. You weren't convinced based on what they showed you earlier in 2025. They went away, worked on some stuff, showed you new stuff. Now you're convinced. Amazing how that works. It's amazing. It's been a rocky road for developer Bungie so far, with the last year being full of beta tests that were met with little enthusiasm, plagiarism allegations not helping the studio's reputation at all. But to its credit, Bungie has been very quiet these last few months, working hard on a new version of the game that takes into account much of the feedback received from its burgeoning community. I, for one, am excited for it, despite not being overly interested in the extraction shooter genre. While many may already see, or indeed want to see, the writing on the wall for amid hasty comparisons to Sony's previous live service shooter Concord, I remain hopeful, largely due to believing in the shooter pedigree the Destiny developer is bringing to the project, much like the ex-Titanfall and Apex Legends team is carrying forward to Highguard. I mean, maybe he honestly is convinced largely because of the pedigree of the developers and their experience. I think most people who have changed their mind and are looking forward to Marathon now, it's based on what they actually saw and have seen. The gameplay reveals, the new information about the new classes, the scab basically mechanic that they've added to the game. Like, they've done a lot of stuff to it to overhaul it, and I think that has spoken volumes. Yeah, they're developers at Bungie, and Bungie's got a storied history, sure, but I think a lot of it is just what you show. Like, talk is cheap, you know? He continues on. Again, I'm by no means convinced that either of these games will be blockbuster hits, nor guarantee that they'll be amazing shooters in their own right, but I at least want to give them a chance. Because if we're not getting excited about games, what are we even doing here? Quote, never judge a book by its cover is an old adage, or is an age-old phrase, but one that seems as pertinent as ever. Maybe in 2026, it should be updated to never judge a game by its initial teaser or lack of marketing beats running up to launch. A mouthful, sure, but we'll never discover the next great game if we endeavor to kill it before it even arrives. I think that, just to wrap this up, I understand what he's saying. And I do think there are people that just love to hate. They just love the rage. Let's be honest. Some of you are even in here. I see you. But I think most people just didn't think the reveal was that interesting, or they even thought it was bad and the game looked bad. And so they decided, looks bad. And until there is sufficient evidence or anything else to convince them otherwise, they're going to stay in that position. They're going to stay in that spot. Now, this could change very quickly. Maybe this preview event comes out in like a few days if they actually did do a reveal in like say the 25th. They do a reveal of the LA preview event thing that they did, and they show people off, and it's like, oh, actually, this is baller. Oh, this game is amazing. I still don't think that's, you know, I don't think that's a slam dunk, because let me just show you a little something. There was a live service game that launched about 9 years ago that received unbelievable hype, unbelievable positive reception, and because it ultimately lands on the luck of the draw, it didn't end up doing too hot. We're also going to see Baby Destin. Baby Destin. Do you guys remember this game?
Creators of Left 4 Dead have officially revealed the first information on their new project.
Evolve is no joke. This is a gamer's game. New wave of the next generation.
The game is just so much fun. I love it.
This game is right up my alley. This is a game that I really see myself becoming my next addiction.
Congratulations to Evolve for winning 4 E3 2014 Video Game Critics Awards.
It's a gorgeous game, and I think it's going to do really, really well. I'm all about multiplayer games these days.
Best of Show, Best Console Game, Best Online Multiplayer, and Best Action Game.
Fun as hell. Make you think about...
This, of course, is from the Krabby Cat video, which is a classic covering this game. But this was a game that was massively hyped up. It was a huge deal at the time, and the reception was overwhelmingly positive. It still ended up flopping catastrophically. It was rough. It was really bad. It's well, to be clear, I'm not sure if it actually flopped or if it was just because, like, I think it sold decently well at the start, but it died out pretty hardcore.
Competitive in a very competitive tournament.
If you thought the matchmaking was bad when it first came out, now with an all-time low number of players, good luck on getting into a full lobby or getting your choice of characters now.
There'll be a decent player base at launch, and then seemingly overnight, that player base becomes a shell of itself. And I'm not talking about like, the hype died down and the player base is stabilized. I mean, fucking sharp decline, craziness.
Hopefully 3 years from now, right? When you've bought some game and it let you down, it didn't live up to your expectations, you can always be like, you know what, I'm gonna play Evolve, because goddamn, that game's still fun.
It is funny to think that their timelines back in 2014 was 3 years from now you'll be playing it. Nowadays, the goal is 10. It's crazy. Different world. All of this, I think, is very, very interesting. It's an interesting discussion to be had over Highguard, but I think at the end of the day, it really just comes down to this. The initial reveal was not compelling. People communicated that and have formed an opinion based on that information. Found it uncompelling. Until there is new evidence to change their minds, that's where they're going to be. That's where they're going to sit. And that's okay. It's not their problem that they're not convinced, okay? If they looked at the trailer, found the trailer lame, that's the trailer's fault, or that's the marketing agent's fault. And part of it is probably Jeff's fault for putting it in the spot that he did, but it's not the viewer's fault for coming to the conclusion that seemingly the vast majority of people all kind of landed on together. I think it's okay for people to feel that way. It's a healthy level of consumer skepticism. Yeah, and it's what's going to be borne out in the next several years. This is the new normal, okay? Like, people don't have a lot of cash to throw around. They don't have a lot of time to throw around. They have to be selective with what games they play and buy, where they spend money, where they spend time. And so they're going to be cautious before they make any big moves. And as I've said before, with how big some of these live service games are now, when you want to compete with them, you're not just trying to make a good game. You're trying to make a game that's so good, you get players to leave the game they're currently playing, which is a different thing entirely. Because you're not if you didn't play a live service game in 2014 and then like Evolve looked awesome, you hop in there, you're a new player to live service, they just acquired you as a new player, right? Nowadays, everybody's kind of got the game that they play with friends. If they are a live service player, they've got their game. So to make Highguard successful, you have to be so good that you convince them to leave that game and come over here. And their strategy right now seems to be to shadow drop. I think it's more like a spotlight drop, but they expect it to drop and let hype carry the day, just like it did with Apex. That works if there's hype. The point of all of this is that there is no hype. That's the problem. So I think that people will jump in. I think people will try it on the 26th when it drops. I think they'll download it, give it a shot for a few sessions. I think the real telling thing is going to be where player counts are a week after launch. Being free to play, I think you'll get higher player counts than Concord had, would be my guess, because Concord had a big price tag and barrier to entry. But I do think that it's going to be how many of those players stick around day 2, day 3, day 4. What does that look like? I just think at the end of the day, if people are not convinced of something, going radio silent is not a great strategy unless you're going to come back swinging. That's the one exception. Like No Man's Sky drops, catastrophic failure, people are hating on them, they disappear for a while, they come back and they start updating and overhauling the game to make it better and better and better. That helps, I think. That can improve things, but you got to be able to do that.
I am raking in all the gold, making housing decor.
To show, you know, otherwise it just doesn't.
I'm sure you are.
Just doesn't work.
Send some my way.
Joke's the guy that said spin off to a totally different game. I mean, that would be funny if they just totally pivot.
I actually made enough gold to buy the expansion.